Welcome to Sleep Softly, a channel where timeless stories, gentle narration, and quiet atmospheres help you drift into rest. Before we begin tonight's tale, I'd love to know, where are you listening from? Share it in the comments below. It's always wonderful to see our little community stretching across the world. Now it's time to get comfortable. Settle into your bed or favourite chair. Close your eyes, take a slow, deep breath, and let the day melt away. Allow my voice to carry you softly into sleep, to a place where imagination flows and dreams begin. As the sun descended beneath the horizon, casting its fading violet gold glow upon the bustling city of London, a certain tranquillity began to unfurl, like a gentle sigh escaping the lips of a weary giant. The streets, once vibrant with the clamorous activities of commerce and conversation, now began to settle into a state of repose, the echoes of carriage wheels and the clatter of hooves softly receding into the distance, leaving only the quiet murmur of the evening to fill the space. Here and there, shopkeepers, with practised ease and a touch of melancholy anticipation, drew their shutters closed, marking the end of another day's toil, while the gentle chime of distant bells heralded the approach of night. Amidst this serene transition from day to night, the figure of the lamplighter emerged, a solitary silhouette against the backdrop of twilight's encroaching shadows. With steady resolve and a subtle air of contemplation, he embarked upon his final round, his lantern casting a warm, steadfast glow that danced upon the cobblestones in a flickering ballet of light and shadow. Each step he took seemed to echo with a quiet dignity, carrying with it the weight of both duty and farewell. For this was not merely the end of a day, but the culmination of a long and faithful service. As the lamplighter moved along the cobbled streets, his presence was marked by the soft click of his iron-tipped pole, which he wielded with the grace and precision of an artist painting light upon a canvas of darkness. The gas lamps, standing sentinel-like at regular intervals, awaited his touch, their glass mantles eagerly receiving the flame that would transform them from inert vessels to beacons of reassurance in the encroaching gloom. With each lamp that sprang to life under his care, the lamplighter felt a quiet surge of pride, a testament to his years of unwavering dedication, even as the spectre of farewell loomed on the horizon. The atmosphere around him was imbued with a gentle nostalgia, the kind that clings to the memories of places and people long familiar. The fog, a constant companion to the city's nightfall, began to weave its ethereal tendrils through the narrow alleys and grand boulevards alike, softening the edges of reality with its gentle embrace. In the distance, the River Thames made its presence known, its waters murmuring in harmonious accord with the rhythm of the evening, a timeless lullaby that spoke of journeys both begun and ended. As he proceeded, the lamplighter became acutely aware of the subtle symphony that accompanied his progress. The faint rustling of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze, the distant bark of a dog punctuating the silence, and the occasional laughter of children, now safely ensconced in the warmth of their homes. These sounds, once so familiar, now carried an added poignancy, a reminder of the intricate tapestry of life that unfolded each day in the city he had come to know so well. Though the day had reached its denouement, the lamplighter's task was far from complete. With each lamp he illuminated, he left behind a small part of himself, a legacy of light that would guide the city's inhabitants through the darkness of night. As the last of the daylight faded, giving way to the deep blue embrace of evening, he paused to survey the scene before him, the street now transformed into a corridor of luminescence, each lamp a star in its own right, twinkling with the promise of constancy and care. In this moment of reflection, the lamplighter allowed himself a brief indulgence in the luxury of memory, recalling the countless nights spent in similar fashion, each one a chapter in the story of his life. The faces of those he had encountered, the streets he had traversed, and the changing seasons that had marked the passage of time all converged in his mind, forming a tapestry rich with experience and emotion. Yet even as nostalgia threatened to overtake him, he remained anchored in the present, his heart buoyed by the knowledge that his work, though nearing its conclusion, had not been in vain. As he resumed his journey, the lamplighter felt a sense of peace settle over him, a quiet assurance that even in the face of farewell, there was beauty to be found in the simple act of lighting the way. With each step he left behind a trail of light, a silent promise that though he may soon depart, the city would continue to shine, illuminated by the echoes of his devotion. And so, with one final glance at the now brightly glowing street, he turned his face towards the next lamp, ready to continue his journey until the last flame had been kindled. As the lamplighter moved with deliberate grace through the cobbled streets of London, the evening air seemed to gather around him, filled with the bustling echoes of a city settling into the comfortable embrace of twilight. The ancient bells of St. Paul's began their sonorous toll, sending waves of resonant sound to ripple across the rooftops, and through the narrow lanes, their chimes weaving a tapestry of time that mingled with the rhythmic clatter of carriage wheels upon the stones. In this twilight hour the city itself seemed to breathe, exhaling a gentle sigh of coal smoke and river mist, a blend of the elemental and the industrial, each particle whispering tales of the day's labours now laid to rest. The lamplighter paused for a moment, taking in the scene with a contemplative eye, his breath visible in the cooling air. He was a humble architect of light, a silent sentinel against the encroaching darkness, his presence as much a part of the cityscape as the very streets he traversed. Around him, the gas lamps flickered to life, one by one, casting their warm glow upon the faces of passers-by, who moved with a softened purpose now, their voices hushed, as if in reverence to the evening's calm. The gaslight, with its golden hue, painted the world in shades of amber and shadow, transforming the ordinary into the extraordinary, the mundane into the remarkable. As he resumed his journey, the lamplighter found his senses attuned to the subtle symphony of the night. There was the distant murmur of the Thames, its waters a secretive whisper in the darkness, carrying with it the memories of countless journeys and the hopes of those who had once stood upon its banks. The fog, ever present and shifting, curled like a living thing round the lampposts, softening the hard edges of reality and lending an air of mystery to every corner and alleyway. It was as though the city itself watched with an ancient, knowing eye, its secrets hidden just beyond the veil of mist. In the distance, the clatter of hooves echoed through the streets, the sound crisp and clear in the cooling air, accompanied by the occasional shout of a driver urging his horses onward. Yet even these sounds, which bespoke the vibrancy of life, seemed to take on a quieter, more measured tone as the night deepened, blending seamlessly into the harmonious lull of the city at rest. The lamplighter, with each step, became a part of this intricate dance, a figure both solitary and connected, his task a ritual as old as the city itself. Passing beneath the high windows of town houses, where the glow of evening fires cast flickering shadows upon drawn curtains, the lamplighter could almost sense the lives unfolding within, the quiet conversations, the laughter, the dreams long cherished, and the stories yet to be told. Here in the heart of London, the vast tapestry of humanity took form, each thread unique, yet woven together in the shared experience of the night. It was a city alive with history and hope, its pulse steady beneath the watchful gaze of the lamplighter and the eternal stars above. With each lamp kindled, the lamplighter left behind not just light, but a promise that in the face of darkness, there would always be a beacon to guide the way, a steady glow to illuminate the path. And as he moved onward, his task not yet complete, he carried with him the quiet assurance that though the night might be long, the dawn would surely come, bringing with it a new day and new beginnings. The city, in its infinite wisdom, seemed to understand this, holding its breath in anticipation of the morrow. The lamplighter continued his measured pace, his figure a silhouette against the backdrop of the night, disappearing into the embrace of the fog and shadow, yet leaving behind a trail of light, a testament to his passage and a reminder of the enduring spirit of the city he served. And so, with a gentle nod to the silent city, he turned his attention to the next lamp, his heart filled with the quiet joy of purpose fulfilled, and the serene knowledge that his work, though transient, was part of something far greater than himself. As the lamplighter made his way along the cobblestone street, his footsteps echoing softly in the quietude of the evening, a familiar memory unfurled within his mind, like a cherished page from a well-loved book. There was a time not so long ago when he had paused beneath a particular window, its panes aglow with the warm light of a humble home. In that moment a child appeared at the glass, her small hand waving eagerly, her face alight with innocence and unrestrained joy. Her laughter, a sound as delightful and pure as the tinkling of distant bells, had filled the air, mingling with the crepuscular shadows that danced across the street. This recollection, tender and vivid, was stirred anew as he approached the first lamp of the evening. The pole stood as a silent sentinel, waiting to be roused from its slumber by the gentle touch of flame. With a practised hand he raised the taper, its flickering light casting a soft amber glow that pushed back the encroaching twilight. The flame caught and steadied, a small miracle of light in the gathering gloom, and with it the memory of the child's laughter seemed to illuminate his heart, infusing his task with a quiet reverence and a profound sense of continuity. Unbeknownst to the lamplighter, an apprentice stood in the shadows, observing with keen eyes the ritual that had become second nature to the elder man. The apprentice, a youth on the cusp of manhood, watched with a mixture of awe and aspiration. He was new to this venerable tradition, his hands not yet weathered by the years of service, his heart still learning the rhythms and cadences of the night. Yet in the gentle movements of his mentor he glimpsed the grace and dignity that came with a life dedicated to bringing light to the darkened corners of the city. The night air was tinged with the scent of distant rain, a promise of refreshment to the parched streets below. As the lamplighter moved from one lamp to the next, the apprentice followed at a respectful distance, his footsteps a mere whisper upon the stones. He marvelled at the transformation wrought by each lit lamp, as if the city itself were awakening to a quieter, more contemplative existence. The interplay of light and shadow created a tapestry of subtle beauty, each lamp a punctuation mark in the unfolding narrative of the night. Alongside the lamplighter's path, the fog began to weave its way through the alleys and thoroughfares, a silent, ethereal presence that softened the edges of the world. It curled around the bases of the lamps, rising like a spectre to greet the newly kindled light, which gleamed bravely against the encroaching mist. The apprentice noted how the fog seemed to muffle the sounds of the city, turning the clatter of distant carriages into a measured murmur, the voices of late-night wanderers into ghostly echoes that faded into the night. As they continued their rounds, the lamplighter's thoughts returned time and again to the child at the window, her image now inseparable from the glow of the lamps he tended. In her laughter he found a reminder of the unbroken chain of life and light, of the innocence and hope that persisted in the heart of the city despite the trials and tribulations of daily existence. It was a memory he cherished, one that he carried with him as he carried the flame, a small but vital part of the city's heartbeat. The apprentice, though unaware of the lamplighter's private musings, felt a kinship with the man he followed. He understood in his own way the significance of their task, the quiet nobility of bringing light into the darkness. As they worked side by side, the apprentice felt the stirrings of his own sense of purpose, a recognition of the role he would one day play in this ongoing symphony of light and shadow. And so the night deepened around them, the lamps standing as beacons of warmth and welcome, their lights spilling onto the deserted streets in golden pools. The lamplighter and his apprentice moved through the fur, their figures blurred and softened by the swirling mist, yet leaving behind a trail of light, a testament to their passage and a reminder of the enduring spirit of the city they served. With each lamp they kindled, they wove a thread of brightness into the fabric of the night, a gentle assurance that even in darkness there was light to be found. As the lamplighter continued his nocturnal journey, the heavens began to weep a gentle drizzle, each droplet descending from the firmament with a sighing grace, merging with the fog in a tender embrace that rendered the cobblestones below into shimmering mirrors of gold. The gaslights, newly kindled, flickered with an inviting warmth, casting their luminescent glow upon the wet stones, which now appeared as if paved with liquid gold, reflecting the celestial light in a delicate dance. The lamplighter, that humble guardian of the night, paused momentarily to adjust his cloak, drawing it closer about his shoulders to guard against the chill, the fabric rustling softly in the quietude of the evening. The rain, though scarcely more than a whisper, lent an air of tranquillity to the streets, its gentle patter mingling harmoniously with the soft pop and hiss of ignited flames as the lamplighter moved from one post to the next. Each lamp, a beacon of human ingenuity, stood as a sentinel against the encroaching darkness, its flame flickering with a life of its own, seemingly breathing in time with the rhythm of the rain. The lamplighter, in his solitary vigil, found comfort in the scent of wet stone, a fragrance reminiscent of earth, and time, evoking memories of countless evenings spent beneath the same sky, performing the same noble duty. As he continued his steady progression through the winding streets, the lamplighter observed the transformation wrought by the rain, the cityscape taking on a new guise under its gentle caress. The fog, once an ethereal shroud, now appeared as a silken veil, delicate and lace-like, through which the gaslights gleamed with a softened radiance, their brilliance tempered by the mist. The lamplighter, though a man of simple means, perceived the beauty in this quiet metamorphosis, the merging of light and shadow, form and formlessness, a testament to the city's enduring spirit and its capacity for renewal. The rain, persistent yet unobtrusive, continued its gentle descent, tracing rivulets upon the lamplighter's cloak, each droplet a tiny prism capturing the lamplight's glow. He moved with deliberate grace, the rhythmic crunch of his footsteps echoing softly in the stillness, as if to remind the world of his presence. Along his path he encountered few souls, for the rain had driven most indoors, their windows aglow with the warm light of hearth and home, silhouettes flickering against the curtains like shadow puppets in a theatre of life. Yet in his solitude, the lamplighter found a kinship with the city itself, its very stones resonating with the whispered tales of those who had passed this way before. The rain, a constant companion, seemed to amplify the echoes of the past, the footsteps of those long gone merging with his own in a timeless dance of continuity and change. The lamplighter, in his quiet reflection, felt a part of this grand tapestry, a single thread in the vast weave of time and place. As he reached the end of his appointed route, the lamplighter paused once more, turning his gaze skyward to where the clouds parted briefly, revealing a patch of star-strewn sky. The rain, now a mere mist, hung in the air like a benediction, a gentle reminder of the world's inexorable cycles of light and dark, rain and shine. With a final adjustment of his cloak, the lamplighter resumed his journey, his heart lightened by the knowledge that his labour was not in vain, that he had played his part in illuminating the path for others, however small. Thus, with measured step and steady hand, the lamplighter continued on, weaving his thread of light into the fabric of the night, an enduring symbol of hope in the face of darkness, his silhouette a fleeting shadow amidst the golden reflections of the rain-kissed streets. As the lamplighter's journey unfolded through the cobblestone labyrinth of the city, he found himself drawn, as if by some invisible thread of memory, to a street corner where the familiar facade of a house stood, stoic and unchanged by the passage of time. The air was thick with the embrace of fog, a spectral veil that softened the hard edges of the world. draping the scene in a gauzy shroud that whispered of secrets half revealed. Here, the gaslight flickered with a gentle persistence, casting its warm glow upon the window-pane that once framed the visage of a woman, whose presence, though now absent, lingered like the ghostly echo of a melody long ago sung. Pause he did, beneath the lamp's golden halo, where the interplay of shadow and light seemed to sketch the outlines of forgotten dreams upon the pavement. There was a curious tranquillity in this moment, a transient peace that settled over him like the measured balm of a familiar lullaby. His gaze, both wistful and tender, traced the contours of the window, behind which, in years past, the woman he had cherished would often stand, her silhouette a silent testament to the intimacy of shared moments and whispered promises. The lamp, newly lit, served as a sentinel against the encroaching darkness, its luminescence a silent requiem for the paths untaken, the choices unmade, the love unfulfilled. The fog swirled around him, a living entity that seemed to breathe with the pulse of the city, each eddy, and curl a manifestation of thoughts unspoken, of feelings left to linger, like the scent of a rose long after its bloom has faded. The lamplighter's heart, though burdened by the weight of memory, found solace in the constancy of his task. For in the lighting of lamps, in the ritual of bringing light to shadowed streets, there lay a simple truth, a manifestation of hope renewed with each evening's labour. It was as though each lamp, casting its glow into the night, served to fill the void left by her absence, illuminating not just the physical path, but also the labyrinthine corridors of the heart. As the mist wove its tendrils around the lamplighter, he could almost perceive the faintest echo of laughter, a tinkling sound carried on the breeze like the distant chime of a bell. It stirred within him a gentle ache, a reminder of joys once shared and the ephemeral nature of happiness. Yet in this bittersweet reflection there was no bitterness, only an acceptance of the ebb and flow of life, much like the river that wound its course through the city, its surface a mirror, reflecting the innumerable stars that adorn the night sky. The lamplighter lingered a moment longer, his silhouette etched against the luminescent backdrop of the lamp's glow, a solitary figure in a world both familiar and strange, where echoes of the past mingled with the present's quietude. In this place of stillness, where time seemed to hold its breath, he found a curious comfort, a reassurance that though the woman he loved had departed from his sight, the light they had shared continued to burn, undiminished by the years. The window, though now devoid of her presence, remained a canvas upon which the lamplighter could project his memories, a portal to a time when love had been a tangible living thing. And so, with a final lingering glance at the window, now aglow with the lamp's tender illumination, he turned away, his heart a little lighter for having paused in this sacred space. His footsteps, echoing softly against the cobblestones, resumed their steady rhythm, a cadence that matched the gentle sway of the fog as it danced upon the night air. The lamplighter continued his journey, a solitary figure weaving threads of light through the tapestry of the city, each lamp a beacon of hope and remembrance, a testament to the enduring power of light in the darkness. As he moved further down the street, the house and its window receded into the depths of the fog, becoming once more a part of the city's intricate web of memories and dreams. The lamplighter, his duty calling him onward, left behind the whispers of lost love, carrying with him the soft glow of the lamps he had kindled, each a small star in the firmament of the night, guiding both the weary traveller and the wistful dreamer along their respective paths. As the lamplighter moved along the cobbled street, his footsteps a gentle percussion against the stones, the fog clung to the air like a shroud, enveloping the world in its cool embrace. The city, with its gas lamps casting their gentle halos, seemed to hold its breath, suspended in a moment of quiet reflection. Yet from within this silken mist there emerged a sudden flutter of movement, a small disruption in the ethereal calm, as a diminutive black cat darted forth, its eyes glinting with a mysterious luminescence akin to that of the lamps themselves. The cat's agile form paused beneath the lamplighter's ladder, its presence a curious punctuation in the otherwise unbroken rhythm of the night. It mewed plaintively, a soft, almost musical sound that seemed to reverberate through the fog, echoing gently off the facades of the slumbering houses. The lamplighter, momentarily arrested in his contemplative journey, turned his gaze downward, meeting the creature's eyes with a look of mild surprise, as if the universe had conspired to remind him of the small, persistent life that thrived amidst the grandiosity of the city's nocturnal hush. In that moment, the lamplighter found his melancholy thoughts gently interrupted, grounded as he was by the simplicity of the scene before him. The cat, with its sleek, shadowy form, stood as an embodiment of the night itself, mysterious, elusive, yet undeniably present. With a graceful flick of its tail, the feline's presence was both a comfort and a reminder that regardless of the fog's all-encompassing embrace, life continued in its myriad forms, each with its own quiet narrative and purpose. The lamplighter, his heart momentarily lightened by this unexpected encounter, watched as the cat, having delivered its cryptic message, slipped silently back into the depths of shadow, its passage a seamless transition from the known to the unknown. It was as though the fog had whispered it into being, only to reclaim it once more, leaving behind a delicate trace of mystery in its wake. The lamplighter, standing amidst the lingering echoes of the cat's gentle cry, felt a renewed sense of connection to the world around him, as if the very act of lighting the lamps was part of a greater tapestry of existence, woven with threads of light and shadow. The street, with its gaslit glow, resumed its role as a silent witness to the night's unfolding, each lamp a sentinel against the encroaching darkness, each pool of light a sanctuary for the thoughts and dreams of those who wandered beneath its watchful gaze. The lamplighter, now more attuned to the subtle symphony of the night, continued his journey, his steps resonating softly in the quietude, a gentle reminder of his presence amidst the fog. As he moved forward, the fog seemed to shift and dance around him, its tendrils weaving intricate patterns in the air, as if in conversation with the flickering flames of the lamps. The city, with its hidden corners and forgotten alleys, lay in a state of repose. Yet within its depths, life persisted in its myriad forms, each contributing to the collective hum of existence that underpinned the night's silence. The lamplighter, his heart warmed by the brief encounter, felt a subtle shift in his own perspective, as if the small black cat had imparted a lesson in the art of presence, in the ability to find meaning in the simplest of encounters. He continued his task with renewed purpose, each lamp he kindled a beacon of hope in the enveloping fog, each step a deliberate act of connection with the world around him. And so, with the fog as his constant companion, the lamplighter carried on, his path illuminated by the gentle glow of the lamps, each a star in the firmament of the night, guiding both the weary traveller and the wistful dreamer along their respective paths. The city's pulse, though subdued, was ever present, a reminder that even in the quietest of moments, life continued to weave its intricate patterns, each thread a testament to the enduring spirit of the night. As the lamplighter turned onto the narrow cobbled street, he was greeted by the familiar embrace of fog, a vaporous companion that clung to the very stones beneath his feet, whispering secrets of evenings past. This street, with its modest rows of houses and the occasional sound of a distant clock chiming the hour, bore witness to memories of friendship, laughter, and the gentle camaraderie that once filled its air. Gaslight flickered in the mist, casting a warm, inviting glow that seemed to dance with the echoes of the past, as if the very spirit of the street rejoiced in recalling the footsteps of those who had walked it before. Here, in this place where shadows and light mingled, the lamplighter found himself transported back to days of youthful exuberance, when he and his fellow lamplighter would stride together, their voices mingling in merry conversation, punctuated by the heartfelt laughter that came so easily in their younger days. Each lamp they lit was a beacon of joy, a testament to their shared duty and the unspoken bond that tied them in friendship. Now, as he approached another waiting lamp, he paused for a moment, the fog swirling around him as if to join in his quiet reverie, and smiled faintly at the recollection of those carefree times. The act of lighting the lamp, so simple yet profound, became a ritual of remembrance, a silent tribute to the camaraderie that once thrived in the spaces between words and in deeds. The lamplighter's hands, though older, and perhaps more worn, moved with the surety of experience, the flame catching and flickering to life with a soft whoosh that seemed to echo the whispers of the past. As the gentle luminescence spread, illuminating the street with its golden hue, it was as though the very spirit of friendship was rekindled, casting its glow upon the path ahead. In that moment, the street transformed into a corridor of memory, the fog carrying with it the muted sounds of laughter from days gone by, the low murmur of a shared joke, the simple joy of companionship that needed no grand gestures or declarations. The lamplighter, standing amidst this symphony of recollection, felt a quiet contentment settle over him, a gentle reassurance that though time had passed, the essence of those cherished moments remained, woven into the very fabric of the night. As he continued along the street, each subsequent lamp he lit became a marker of a journey, not just through the physical space of the city, but through the landscape of his own heart, where the echoes of friendship lingered like the softest of melodies. The fog wrapped around him like a familiar cloak, his gentle presence a reminder of the constancy of certain truths, the enduring nature of friendship, the quiet steadfastness of duty, and the simple pleasure found in the shared light of a lamp, glowing softly against the night. With each step, the lamplighter found his pace unhurried, his mind drifting pleasantly upon the currents of memory, the rhythm of his work providing a measured cadence to his reflections. The street, once filled with the lively chatter of two young men, now stood sullen save for the soft rustle of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze, yet it held within its stones and shadows the essence of those bygone days. It was a street that spoke of continuity, of the passage of time marked not by loss, but by the quiet persistence of cherished memories. As he reached the end of the street, the last lamp aglow with the warmth of shared recollections, the lamplighter paused once more, casting a lingering glance back along the path he had travelled. The fog, ever present and enveloping, seemed to nod in silent agreement, as if acknowledging the importance of such moments, the quiet significance of a friendship that had illuminated more than just the darkened streets of the city. With a gentle sigh, the lamplighter turned, his heart light with the soft echoes of laughter and the enduring glow of camaraderie. As he moved onward, the fog slowly closed behind him, the street returning to its tranquil solitude, but now imbued with the gentle radiance of memory, a light that would continue to shine in the quiet corners of the night. As he continued his solitary journey through the cobbled streets, the lamplighter's thoughts meandered like the gentle stream of a meandering brook, weaving through moments of recollection and reverie. The mist enveloped him, a faithful companion on this night of quiet contemplation, its tendrils curling softly around the gaslit lamps that dotted his path like sentinels of a bygone era. The city, with its grand edifices and humble abodes alike, lay shrouded in a gauzy veil, lending an ethereal quality to the familiar surroundings. He found himself drawn to the corner where the old tavern stood, its once vibrant facade now silent, and still, the windows darkened save for the faint reflection of lamplight flickering like distant stars in a clouded sky. The tavern's door, once a gateway to merriment and warmth, stood ajar, a mute invitation to a room bereft of its customary cheer. How many nights had he spent within those walls, amidst the laughter and the songs, the tales exchanged over foaming tankards, and the camaraderie forged in the glow of the hearth? Yet now, as he paused at this threshold of memory, the tavern was a different place, empty and echoing, its chairs perched upside down upon tables, like sentinels watching over a kingdom that had fallen into quiet repose. The hearth, once a beacon of crackling warmth, lay cold and unyielding, its ashes a pale reminder of fires that had long since waned. The lamplighter lingered, his mind painting vivid scenes of revelry upon the canvas of the silent room, each vision dissolving into the shadows that clung to the corners. Outside the rain began to fall, a gentle patter upon the cobblestones, its rhythm a measured counterpoint to the stillness. It was a night for reflection, for embracing the solitude that the fog and rain bestowed, and the lamplighter, with a wistful smile, allowed his thoughts to wander further afield. He remembered the faces of those who had gathered here, the myriad voices that had filled the air with their stories and laughter, each one leaving an indelible mark upon the fabric of shared experience. The tavern, in its quietude, seemed to breathe with the memories of its patrons, their echoes lingering like the scent of a forgotten perfume. It was as if the very walls whispered tales of past merriment, their voices mingling with the soft drip of rain from the eaves. The lamplighter could almost hear the strains of a distant fiddle, the clinking of glasses raised in heartfelt toasts, and the gentle murmur of conversations that wove a tapestry of human connection. As the rain continued its gentle descent, the lamplighter's own footsteps joined the symphony of night sounds, a steady cadence that harmonized with the soft susurrations of the mist. He felt the weight of time not as a burden, but as a comforting presence, a reminder of the continuity that stretched beyond the confines of the moment. The tavern in its silence was not a relic of the past, but a testament to the enduring spirit of fellowship, a beacon of light in the fog of memory. With a final glance at the empty doorway, the lamplighter turned away, his heart warmed by the recollections that had flowed through him like a gentle current. The fog embraced him once more, its delicate fingers brushing against his cheeks as he resumed his journey. The street with its familiar contours stretched out before him, a path lined with the soft glow of lamps that marked his way home. And as he moved onward, the echoes of the tavern lingered in his mind, a symphony of memory that played softly against the backdrop of night. The rain, the fog, the lamplight, all conspired to create a world of serene tranquillity, a world where the past and present intertwined in gentle harmony. The lamplighter, with a heart as light as the mist that surrounded him, allowed the night to carry him forward, each step a testament to the enduring glow of camaraderie and the gentle radiance of memories. As he approached the bridge, the lamplighter felt an ethereal change in the air, the kind that seems to hold the very breath of time itself, suspended in the cool embrace of the evening mist. The bridge, a venerable structure stretching across the languid river below, stood as a testament to generations past. Its stones, worn smooth by countless footsteps, whispered their own tales of bygone eras. In the distance, the city's lights flickered like 1,000 small fires, each a beacon of human endeavour against the vast dome of the night sky, where stars twinkled faintly, obscured by the ever-present London fog. Pausing midway across the span, the lamplighter leaned against the wrought-iron railing, his gaze drawn downwards to the river, which mirrored the city's glow in a dance of shimmering reflections. The water flowed ceaselessly, its surface a tapestry of light and shadow, rippling in harmonious cadence with the gentle breeze. It was as if the river bore the very essence of time, carrying with it the memories of all that had passed, while whispering promises of what was yet to come. He found solace in the river's constancy, its endless journey a poignant reminder of life's inexorable passage. As he lit the gas lamp at the bridge's end, a warm amber glow spread outwards, casting a comforting halo that melted seamlessly into the night. The act, simple though it was, seemed imbued with significance. The lamplighter felt a sense of gratitude welling within him, a quiet appreciation for the constancy of his nightly ritual. It was a small gesture, perhaps, yet one that illuminated the darkness not just for himself, but for the myriad souls who would traverse this path, each with their own stories, their own burdens of time. Standing there, he allowed the river's murmur to envelop him, its gentle voice mingling with the distant echo of hooves on cobblestones and the faint melodious chime of a church bell, tolling the hour from a steeple somewhere beyond the fog. These sounds, familiar and reassuring, formed the nightly symphony of the city, a lullaby that seemed to cradle the very heart of London in its timeless embrace. The lamplighter, with a heart full of memories, felt himself a part of this grand tapestry, each thread woven with care and purpose, each light he kindled a point of connection in the vast interconnected web of the city's life. With a final reflective gaze at the river, he whispered a soft thanks, his breath mingling with the fog, peering into the night. The words were not meant for any ear but his own, a quiet recognition of the beauty that lay in the ordinary, the wonder that resided in the simple act of lighting a lamp. It was a moment of contemplation, a bridge not only of stone and iron, but of thought and time linking past and present, reality and reverie. As he turned away, the lamplighter felt the air grow still around him, the fog wrapping gently about his shoulders like an old familiar cloak. The bridge now behind him stood silent once more, its lamps casting pools of light upon the stones, each one a sentinel against the encroaching darkness. He moved forward, his footsteps echoing softly in the stillness, each step a gentle reminder of the journey yet to be undertaken, the stories yet to be told. And so he continued onwards, the city unfolding before him as a vast living entity, its streets and alleys whispering secrets to those who would listen, its lamps offering their gentle glow as a guide through the night. The lamplighter, a custodian of these humble flames, felt himself buoyed by a quiet contentment, each step a quiet testament to the enduring glow of the human spirit and the gentle radiance of memory. As the lamplighter made his way along the cobblestone path, the gentle glow of the gaslights casting elongated shadows that danced and flickered with the rhythm of the night, he became aware of a pair of figures emerging from the misty veil that cloaked the street. These were the watchmen, those stalwart guardians of the nocturnal hours, who with their ever-vigilant eyes and measured tread ensured that the slumbering city remained secure from the depredations of darkness. Clad in their heavy coats, which seemed to absorb the very essence of the fog around them, they strode with a purpose that belied the languid quietude of the hour. As the lamplighter drew nearer, he could discern the low murmur of their voices, punctuated by the occasional bark of laughter that echoed through the night like the call of some distant, unseen bird. Their conversation, though carried out in tones roughened by years of exposure to the chill night air, bore the unmistakable warmth of camaraderie, and as he approached he could catch snippets of their banter. It was a jest of some sort, a simple quip that only those who shared the same watchful duties could fully appreciate, and it elicited another round of hearty laughter from both men. The lamplighter, who was accustomed to the solitude of his nightly pilgrimage, found a momentary pleasure in this unexpected encounter. There was, he reflected, a certain comfort to be found in the knowledge that even in the loneliest of hours the city was never truly abandoned. It merely passed from one set of caretakers to another, each performing their role in the grand tapestry of urban life. "Good evening to you, sir," one of the watchmen called out as the lamplighter came abreast of them, his voice carrying a friendly tone that was amplified by the quiet of the street. The lamplighter, pausing in his steady march, nodded in return, acknowledging their presence with a smile that warmed his features. "Good evening," replied the lamplighter, his voice smooth and gentle, like the soft rustle of leaves in a summer breeze. "A fine night for your duties, is it not?" "Aye, that it is," the other watchman responded, his eyes twinkling with mischief as he added, "though I reckon the fog's thick enough to keep even the rascals at bay." The lamplighter chuckled, the sound blending harmoniously with the ambient whispers of the street. "Indeed," he said, "though I suspect it is the likes of you who keep them in check, more so than the weather." The watchmen exchanged a glance, their faces creased by the smiles of those who know their worth, but are too modest to proclaim it. "We do our best," the first watchman replied, his tone modest, yet carrying the pride of one who takes his responsibilities seriously. With a nod, the lamplighter resumed his path, the soft tap of his footsteps merging with the distant echo of the watchman's continued conversation. The brief encounter, though fleeting, served as a reminder of the interconnectedness of all within the city, a delicate web of interactions and duties that sustained the vast organism through the quiet hours of the night. As he moved onward, the lamplighter considered the nature of his own role in this nightly ballet. His task, though ostensibly simple, bore a significance that extended beyond the mere illumination of streets. It was a symbol of continuity, a testament to the enduring spirit of those who toiled unseen, ensuring that each night was met with the promise of dawn. The warmth of the watchman's laughter lingered in his mind, a gentle melody that underscored the quiet symphony of the city. It was a sound that spoke of resilience and companionship, a reminder that even in the solitude of the night, one was never truly alone. The lamplighter's heart, buoyed by the encounter, felt lighter as he continued his rounds, each step a gentle caress upon the ancient stones. The city, wrapped in its shroud of fog and shadows, seemed to breathe with a soft, rhythmic pulse, its myriad voices interwoven with the comforting hush of the river, the distant peal of a bell marking the passage of time, and the echo of footsteps that faded into the night. As he moved farther along the street, the lamplighter carried with him the essence of that brief, warm connection with the watchman, a reminder of the silent fellowship shared by those who kept watch over the slumbering city. The night, though vast and enveloping, now felt a little less lonely, a little more alive, as if the very air around him hummed with the whispers of 1,000 untold stories, waiting to be discovered. With each light he kindled, he offered not just illumination, but a beacon of hope and continuity, a promise that the darkness would always give way to light, and as his figure receded into the mist, the gentle glow of the lamps he had lit remained, steadfast and reassuring, guiding the way for those who would follow. As the lamplighter ambled along the cobblestone streets, his own footsteps echoing softly in the mist-laden air, he became acutely aware of the spectral presence of those who had traversed these very stones before him. Each flickering flame that he coaxed to life seemed to conjure the phantoms of bygone days, casting ephemeral shadows that danced upon the walls, as though the very bricks and mortar held memories of a vibrant past. Here, the gentle strains of a violinist might once have entwined with the night air, serenading lovers who strolled arm in arm, their whispered promises mingling with the music, forming an indelible part of the city's rich tapestry. The lamplighter paused for a moment beneath the gaslight, where the fog swirled lazily around him, transforming the street into a realm of muted silhouettes and distant echoes. In this hallowed space, he could almost hear the clip-clop of horse-drawn carriages, the polite murmur of voices, and the occasional burst of laughter that once punctuated the evening hush. These ghostly reverberations served as a poignant reminder of the countless lives that had intersected here, each contributing their own melody to the symphony that was London. With a sense of reverence, the lamplighter proceeded, his humble task imbued with a newfound significance. He understood that he was, but one among thousands who shaped the city's glow, a solitary figure in the grand mosaic of humanity that pulsed through the streets. His heart swelled with a quiet pride, knowing that each light he kindled not only illuminated the path for those who wandered beneath its soft radiance, but also rekindled the echoes of those who had walked before. It was as if he were weaving a thread of continuity through time, linking past and present in a delicate dance of light and shadow. As he moved from lamp to lamp, his eyes occasionally strayed to the windows of the houses that lined the street, their panes aglow with the warm, inviting flicker of hearth fires. Behind these glowing windows lay the stories of families gathered together, of solitary figures lost in thought, and of children drifting into sleep, lulled by the measured rhythm of the city, the lamplighter imagined the myriad of tales unfolding within those walls, each as unique and intricate as the facades that concealed them. He felt a kinship with these unseen lives, united by the simple, enduring presence of the light that he tended. The enveloping fog, thick and pervasive, softened the edges of the world, blurring the line between reality and reverie. It was as if the city itself had been swathed in a gossamer veil, through which the past mingled seamlessly with the present. The lamplighter paused once more, his gaze drawn to the distant outline of the river, its surface a mirror of liquid silver beneath the shrouded moon. The gentle lapping of the water against the banks whispered a lullaby of forgotten dreams, its cadence harmonizing with the steady rhythm of his own heartbeat. In this moment he felt the vastness of the city and his own smallness within it, yet he was not diminished by this realization. Rather, he was uplifted by the knowledge that he was part of something far greater than himself, a vital thread in the rich tapestry of life that wove itself through the streets, the fog, and the flickering lamplight. Each step he took, each lamp he lit, was a testament to the enduring spirit of London, a city that thrived on its history and looked ever forward to the promise of tomorrow. As the lamplighter continued on his way, the fog closed in around him once more, embracing him like an old friend. The lamps he had ignited stood as sentinels in the mist, their glow a comforting presence amidst the encroaching darkness, and though the echoes of the past lingered in the air, they were gentle and benevolent, guiding him forward with whispered assurances that he was never truly alone. Thus enveloped, he felt the quiet contentment of a duty fulfilled, a life well lived in service to the light. The city, with all its mysteries and memories, watched over him as he made his way home, the lamps he had kindled standing as steadfast guardians to all who ventured into the night. In the gentle embrace of the evening's attire, the lamplighter took his accustomed path, his steps echoing softly upon the cobblestones beneath a sky that wrapped the city in a tender shroud of mist. The air was thick with the familiar scent of damp stone and the faintest hint of distant smoke, each breath a reminder of the world that lay beyond the sphere of his modest illumination. The gas lamps, with their warm, flickering glow, cast elongated shadows that danced upon the walls of narrow alleys and across the cobbles, creating a tapestry of light and shade that whispered tales of 1,000 lives intertwined in the heart of the city. As he walked, he became aware of a subtle movement that accompanied his own, a shadow that lingered at the periphery of his vision, echoing his every step with a quiet determination. He smiled inwardly, recognizing the telltale signs of a presence that sought to remain unseen, yet was as much a part of the night as the lamps he so diligently tended. It was not the first time he had sensed such a presence. Indeed, he had once been in the very position of the unseen observer, trailing behind another who had walked this path before him, a silent apprentice learning the mysteries of illumination through the art of quiet observation. The fog, ever present and yet ever shifting, curled around him in gentle swirls, concealing and revealing the world in equal measure. It was a companion of sorts, a living entity that moved with a mind of its own, sometimes opening vistas of unexpected clarity, at other times cloaking the familiar in an impenetrable veil. The gaslight, too, played its part in this nocturnal theatre, casting a golden glow that softened the harsh angles of the cityscape, rendering it a stage upon which the drama of night unfolded with quiet grace. As he continued along his route, the lamplighter allowed his mind to wander, reflecting upon the journey that had brought him to this moment. His thoughts drifted back to the days of his own apprenticeship when he had followed in the footsteps of his mentor, a figure who had seemed larger than life beneath the canopy of the night sky. He recalled the thrill of discovery, the joy of mastering the subtle art of coaxing light from the darkness, and the quiet satisfaction that came from knowing that he too played a part in the grand tapestry of the city. The figure that followed him now was yet unseen, but he felt a kinship with this shadowy presence, a connection forged in the shared journey of learning and growth. He imagined the young apprentice, perhaps with eyes wide with wonder, striving to capture the essence of the craft through careful observation, just as he had once done. It was a tradition as old as the city itself, a passing of the torch from one generation to the next, each new lamplighter carrying forward the light that had been kindled before them. The rhythm of his steps, steady and unhurried, matched the gentle cadence of the night, a symphony of sound and silence that ebbed and flowed in harmonious accord. The city, with its myriad voices and hidden stories, seemed to breathe in time with his movements, a living entity that acknowledged his presence with a subtle nod of understanding. The echo of distant footsteps, the soft murmur of voices carried on the wind, the occasional clatter of a horse-drawn carriage, all these sounds blended into a lullaby that soothed the soul and calmed the spirit. As he neared the end of his route, the lamplighter cast a final glance over his shoulder, his eyes searching the shadows for the figure that had accompanied him on this quiet journey. In the dim light, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a young face, wide-eyed and earnest, peering out from the shelter of a doorway. He smiled, a gesture of warmth and welcome, and continued on his way, leaving behind a trail of light that would guide the apprentice through the darkness. The night, with its gentle embrace and whispered secrets, held him close as he made his way home, the lamps he had kindled standing as steadfast guardians to all who ventured into the night. The city, with all its mysteries and memories, watched over him, a silent sentinel that bore witness to the passage of time and the enduring light of human endeavour. And as the fog curled softly around him, he felt a quiet contentment, a sense of belonging to something greater than himself, a part of the eternal cycle of light and shadow that defined the world he called home. In the gentle embrace of the evening's cool embrace, our lamplighter found himself standing before a shuttered print shop, its windows darkened and its doors firmly closed, as if in solemn slumber. The fog, ever a companion in the night, swirled around the building in a delicate dance, its tendrils caressing the brickwork with a ghostly grace. The gaslight in his hand flickered momentarily as he adjusted the wick, casting a warm glow that seemed to pulse with life, breathing a quiet vitality into the world around him. As he lifted the lamp to its appointed place, a cascade of memories washed over him, vivid and distant, like the steady ebb and flow of the river's tide. In those earlier days he had harboured dreams as grand as the vast skies above, dreams of owning a bustling enterprise of his own, a shop perhaps, where the printed word would spring forth in abundance, carrying his name far and wide. Thoughts of distant lands, of voyages across the seas on ships that cut through the waters with majestic purpose, whispered to him like sirens of the deep, their allure as potent as the call of adventure itself. Yet here he stood, not a captain of industry nor a world traveller, but a simple lamplighter, whose domain was the quiet moonlit streets of the city. As he stepped back to admire the steady flame illuminating the print shop's facade, a gentle smile played upon his lips, for he recognised the truth of his life, not in the grandiosity of unfulfilled ambitions, but in the constancy of his nightly ritual. Each lamp he lit was a promise fulfilled, a beacon of light in the darkness, a symbol of reliability that brought comfort to those who traversed the cobblestone paths. In the quiet solitude of his task, he found a contentment that transcended the restless desires of his youth. It was not the vastness of the world he had come to conquer, but the intimacy of his surroundings he had come to cherish. The street, with its familiar stones and gentle echoes of footsteps long past, was as much his kingdom as any distant land could ever be. The lamplight, a humble flame, was his enduring legacy, a testament to the quiet dignity of a life lived with purpose. His thoughts wandered, as they often did in the solitude of his work, to the faces he had encountered on his nightly rounds, the baker rising early to knead his dough, the seamstress whose fingers danced deftly over fabric, the constable with his measured stride, each a thread in the rich tapestry of the city's life, each illuminated by the glow of his lamps, each a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity. These were the moments that defined his existence, the quiet interactions, the whispered exchanges, the nods of acknowledgement that spoke more eloquently than words. And so, as the fog thickened once more, wrapping the world in its soft embrace, he felt a deep and abiding peace settle within his heart. The ambitions of his youth had not faded into oblivion, nor had they been abandoned in despair. Rather, they had been transformed, like the alchemy of light itself, into something more enduring. The Lamplighter had built, not a monument of stone or steel, but a legacy of light, one flame at a time, illuminating the path for others, casting away the shadows, offering a gentle guidance to those who wandered beneath his care. He turned away from the print shop, allowing the fog to close in behind him, the lamplight casting a warm golden glow that lingered in the air like a memory. The silence of the night was punctuated only by the soft echo of his footsteps, a rhythm as steady and sure as the beating of his heart. In the distance the river whispered its timeless song, a melody of continuity and change, of the ever-flowing passage of time. With each step he felt the weight of the evening lift from his shoulders, replaced by the lightness of acceptance of a life well lived and a purpose fulfilled. The dreams of youth, once so bold and demanding, had given way to the simple truth that in the constancy of his nightly rounds he had found his place, his calling, and his peace. As he moved further into the night, the city watched over him still, a silent guardian of his journey, its streets and alleys familiar friends in the quiet hours. The lamplighter, his task complete, disappeared into the mist, a solitary figure in the vast expanse of the world, yet never alone, for he carried with him the light of 1,000 lamps, each one a testament to the enduring spirit of human endeavour. As the lamplighter made his way down the cobbled street, the echoes of his footsteps resonated softly against the brick walls of the narrow alleyways, each step a gentle reminder of the city's heartbeat, slow and measured in the enveloping night. The fog, that ever-present companion of the nocturnal wanderer, swirled with a ghostly grace about his ankles, its tendrils curling and uncurling like the careful fingers of a seamstress at her work, weaving an intricate tapestry of silence and solitude. Above him, the gaslights cast their warm glow upon the scene, their steady illumination a bastion of clarity amidst the nebulous haze. The lamplighter's path led him towards a quaint street, where the facades of modest shops stood in quiet repose, their shutters drawn, their signs creaking ever so slightly in the gentle breeze. It was here that he paused, for his gaze was drawn to the window of a clockmaker's shop, its glass pane reflecting the muted luminescence of the lamps outside. Within, the ticking of countless timepieces filled the air, a symphony of mechanical whispers that wove themselves into the fabric of the night, each tick and tock a testament to the relentless yet merciful passage of time. The delicate rhythm of the clocks was not unlike the steady beat of a heart, both comforting and constant, and as the lamplighter listened, he found in their measured cadence a measured balm for the weary soul. The clocks, with their hands moving in perfect synchrony, spoke of an order and predictability that the chaotic world beyond their glass casings could seldom offer. There was solace in their unerring precision, a reminder that time, though it marched ever forward, did so with a grace and dignity that was its own kind of mercy. The lamplighter stood for a moment longer, letting the sounds wash over him, a lullaby of sorts that eased the mind and calmed the spirit. In the distance, the faint chime of a church bell rang out, its notes floating through the mist like a gentle caress, mingling with the ticking of the clocks to create a harmony that was both serene and profound. It was as though the very air was imbued with the wisdom of ages past, whispering softly of the constancy of change and the beauty to be found therein. As he resumed his journey, the lamplighter carried with him the echoes of the clockmaker's shop, their rhythm a gentle companion to his thoughts. The street stretched out before him, a ribbon of cobblestone bathed in the soft glow of the lamps, each pool of light a small island of warmth in the sea of night. The fog, ever capricious, continued its dance about him, now obscuring, now revealing, as if to remind him that life, much like the mist, was a series of fleeting moments, each one precious in its transience. He moved onward, his pace unhurried, as the city unfurled its mysteries before him. Each corner turned a new chapter in the story of the night. The gaslights flickered occasionally, their flames swaying like dancers caught in an unseen breeze, casting shadows that flickered and shifted upon the ground. These shadows, ephemeral and elusive, seemed to tell tales of their own, stories of lives lived and lost, of hopes and dreams carried upon the wings of time. In this quiet hour the lamplighter found himself part of something greater, a silent witness to the unfolding of time's great tapestry, each thread a life, each knot a moment of significance. The clocks, with their constant ticking, reminded him that though time may pass, it did so with purpose, each second a stitch in the grand design of existence. And so he walked, content in the knowledge that he too was a part of this intricate pattern, his journey a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity. As the fog thickened once more, the clockmaker's street faded into the background, its ticking echoes gently swallowed by the night, leaving behind only the soft, rhythmic cadence of the lamplighter's footsteps, a comforting sound that marked the passage of time in the sleeping city. Above the city, where the rooftops rose like silent sentinels against the darkening sky, a celestial tapestry began to unfurl, a scattering of stars emerging timidly at first, as though testing the vast expanse of the heavens before them. These twinkling jewels of the night, appearing so delicately between the chimney pots and the gabled eaves, seemed to whisper of ancient tales and distant dreams, casting their gentle light upon the world below with an indifferent yet benevolent grace. It was at this moment that our lamplighter paused, his lantern held aloft, as if to offer a humble salute to these eternal companions who had borne witness to countless generations. The lamplighter, a figure of quiet dignity, stood silhouetted against the ethereal glow, his features softened by the interplay of shadow and light, his eyes lifted toward the firmament where the stars shimmered like tiny, steadfast guardians of the night. In this contemplative posture he appeared not merely as a keeper of the city's light, but as a custodian of its soul, entrusted with the quiet duty of maintaining the delicate balance between darkness and illumination. The stars, which had watched over his boyhood with a silent constancy, now seemed to nod in recognition of their long acquaintance, a bond forged in the quietude of countless nights spent beneath their watchful gaze. Behind him, his young apprentice, a silent shadow in this nocturnal tableau, halted his steps to mirror the gesture of his mentor, raising his own lantern with a solemnity that belied his tender years. This act, a simple yet profound echo of reverence, spoke of the unspoken understanding between the two, a shared acknowledgement of the timeless cycle in which they played a part. Together they stood as living links in a chain that stretched back through the annals of time, each generation passing down not only the craft of lighting the lamps, but also the wisdom of observing the world with an attentive heart. The night air was cool and crisp, carrying with it the faint scent of the river, his gentle murmur weaving through the city's labyrinthine streets like a soft lullaby. The fog, that ever-present companion to the lamplighter's nightly rounds, drifted in languid tendrils, wrapping the world in a gauzy shroud that blurred the edges of reality, transforming the familiar into the mysterious. It was a night where time seemed to stretch and bend, where the echoes of footsteps upon cobblestones became a harmonious rhythm in concert with the distant chime of church bells, tolling softly as if to mark the passage of some indefinable moment in the great chronicle of existence. In this serene interlude, the lamplighter felt the weight of the years melt away, leaving only the pure, unadulterated present, a fleeting glimpse of eternity captured in the quiet communion between man and starlight. The stars, as immutable as they were inscrutable, offered no answers to the silent questions that hovered in the air, yet their very presence seemed to affirm the continuity of life, the enduring spirit of humanity that persisted through the ages. And in this simple act of pausing, of lifting their gazes heavenward, the lamplighter and his apprentice found solace in the shared knowledge that they too were a part of this vast, unfolding story. As the stars continued their ancient dance across the sky, the lamplighter lowered his lantern, the warm glow casting a gentle halo around him as he resumed his steady progress along the cobbled streets. His apprentice followed suit, the two figures moving in unison, their footsteps a soft percussion that accompanied the night's quiet symphony. The fog enfolded them once more, its cool embrace a reminder of the world beyond the lamplight, a world of dreams and mysteries yet to be discovered. Thus they continued on their way, the flickering lanterns marking their path through the slumbering city, each pool of light a small island of warmth and reassurance in the expansive sea of night. And while the stars watched on, eternal and unchanging, the lamplighter's journey served as a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity, a reminder that even in the darkness there is always light to be found. As the lamplighter continued his measured progress through the cobblestone streets, his footsteps whispered against the ancient stones with a rhythm both familiar and patient, their echoing cadence melding seamlessly with the gentle hush of the river, which wound its way through the heart of the city like a silken thread, binding the past to the present. The night air was cool and damp, the fog rolling in from the riverbank in languid swirls, enveloping the streets in a soft, misty embrace that blurred the outlines of buildings and softened the harsh edges of the world. Here and there, the feeble glow of gas lamps struggled valiantly against the encroaching mist, their flickering flames casting elongated shadows that danced in ghostly procession along the cobbles. It was beneath one such lamp, nestled within the protective shelter of a modest awning, that a lone violinist plied his trade, his instrument cradled gently beneath his chin, the bow drawn tenderly across the strings in a series of notes that wove together into a melody as delicate and fragile as a spider's web glistening with morning dew. The music, ethereal and haunting, drifted on the air like a secret shared between confidants, threading its way through the fog to reach the ears of those few insomniac souls who wandered the streets at this late hour. Each note seemed to hover momentarily in the chill night air before being absorbed into the greater symphony of the city, a city that was itself a vast orchestra, its myriad sounds blending into a harmonious cacophony that spoke of life in all its varied forms. The lamplighter paused in his duties, allowing the poignant strains of the violin to wash over him, to fill the spaces between memory and dream with their melancholy beauty. He stood silently, one hand resting on the polished wood of his staff, the other tucked into the pocket of his coat, his breath escaping in small clouds that dissolved into the fog. He was a man accustomed to solitude, his work requiring him to walk the city's streets for hours on end, a solitary figure moving through the darkness, but at that moment he felt an unexpected kinship with the violinist, a sense of shared purpose in their respective labours. Both were engaged in the act of creation, the one bringing light to the darkness, the other imbuing the night's silence with the gift of music. The violinist, oblivious to his solitary audience, played on, his fingers dancing nimbly along the strings, coaxing from them a melody of such aching sweetness that it seemed to speak directly to the heart, bypassing the intellect altogether. It was a tune that spoke of longing and loss, of dreams unfulfilled and hopes deferred, yet contained within it an undercurrent of resilience, a quiet determination to endure despite life's inevitable trials. As the final notes faded into silence, the lamplighter allowed himself a small contemplative smile, a gesture that was both an acknowledgement of the musician's skill and an expression of gratitude for the brief respite the music had provided from the burdens of his own thoughts. The fog, ever capricious, shifted slightly, revealing glimpses of the city's inhabitants as they moved about their nocturnal business, their shapes indistinct and dreamlike in the dim light. A carriage rattled by, its wheels clattering over the uneven cobblestones. The driver a hunched figure silhouetted against the pale glow of the gas lamps, while a solitary pedestrian hurried past, her footsteps echoing softly in the stillness, her form swallowed swiftly by the mist. The lamplighter, returning to his task, watched them go, each a part of the great tapestry of the city, each with their own story to tell, yet all connected by the invisible threads of shared humanity. As he moved on, the echo of the violinist's melody lingered in his mind, a gentle reminder of the power of art to transcend the mundane and touch the soul. The night was far from over, and there were still many lamps to be lit, but in that brief interlude the lamplighter had been granted a glimpse into the beauty that lay hidden within the ordinary, a beauty that could be found in the most unexpected of places, if only one took the time to look. And so he walked on, his path illuminated by the flickering glow of the lanterns, the fog swirling about him like a living thing, the gentle murmur of the river providing a constant measured accompaniment to his solitary vigil through the sleeping city. The lamplighter found himself treading upon a lane that was as familiar to him as the lines upon his own hand, a path where each cobblestone seemed to whisper his name as he passed, and each door held the quiet promise of stories untold. Here, where the gaslights stood sentry in their dutiful rows, casting their soft glow upon the cobbles, he felt the gentle embrace of the familiar, a comforting routine that had, over time, transformed into a sacred devotion. It was a street where the echoes of his footsteps seemed to linger a moment longer, as if reluctant to fade into the night, and where the fog, ever present and ever watchful, wrapped itself around the lamplighter like a shawl, its cool tendrils weaving through the heavy air with a languid grace. In this quiet corner of the city, where the river whispered secrets to the wind and the gaslights flickered like stars brought down to earth, the lamplighter's apprentice drew closer to his mentor, his own steps falling into rhythm with the older man's. It was a rhythm that spoke of practice and patience, a cadence that had been honed by countless nights spent traversing the city's labyrinthine streets. The apprentice, though young and still somewhat unsteady in his duties, found comfort in this syncopated dance of light and shadow, his heart attuned to the gentle hum of the task at hand. As they walked, the apprentice's eyes were drawn to the familiar sights along the lane, the quaint shop fronts with their darkened windows, the iron railings that lined the pavement, and the ivy-clad walls that seemed to whisper of time's passage. Each stepstone worn smooth by countless feet felt like a stepping stone to another world, a world where the commonplace became extraordinary under the lamplighter's touch. The apprentice, feeling the weight of the lantern in his hand, marvelled at how such a simple act as lighting a street could hold so much significance, how it could transform the ordinary into the sublime. The lamplighter, with the wisdom of years etched into the lines of his face, watched his young torch with a quiet pride, seeing in him the reflection of his own youthful eagerness, tempered by the knowledge that comes from long familiarity with one's craft. He understood that this routine, this nightly pilgrimage to illuminate the city's thoroughfares, was more than a mere occupation. It was a calling, a devotion to the light that dispelled the encroaching darkness, if only for a few hours. And so with each lamp they lit, the lamplighter imparted not just the flame, but also the understanding that their work was a beacon of hope in the quiet hours of the night. The gaslights, standing sentinel in their iron fixtures, cast long shadows across the lane, shadows that danced and flickered in the breeze, their movements mirrored by the gentle ripple of the river nearby. The lamplighter and his apprentice continued their journey, their steps echoing softly in the stillness, accompanied by the distant tolling of a church bell marking the hour. The sound, resonant and deep, seemed to reverberate through the fog-laden air, a solemn reminder of time's inexorable march. And as the lamplighter paused to ignite yet another beacon, the apprentice allowed himself a moment to breathe in the cool night air, laden with the scent of damp earth and the faint tang of the river. He felt a sense of belonging, a quiet satisfaction that came from knowing his place in the grand tapestry of the city's life, a life that pulsed beneath the surface, hidden from view, yet ever present. In this moment, standing amidst the play of light and shadow, fog and river, he understood the beauty of the familiar, the comfort of a routine that had become second nature. With their task nearly complete, the lamplighter and his apprentice began their return, the lane now illuminated by the soft glow of the gaslights, each pool of light a small sanctuary in the darkness. As they walked, the fog swirled once more around them, its cool breath caressing their cheeks, its presence a constant companion on their nightly journey. And though the streets lay silent, the city slumbering beneath its blanket of mist, there was a quiet vitality in the air, a sense of life and purpose that whispered through the night. Thus, with the embrace of the familiar wrapped warmly around them, the lamplighter and his apprentice made their way homeward, their task done for another night. The churchyard lay shrouded in a delicate veil of mist, the kind that seems to weave its way through the cemetery like a silent mourner, paying homage to the gravestones it tenderly caressed. The lamplighter paused at the gate, his lantern swinging gently at his side, casting a soft, flickering glow upon the path ahead. The air, rich with the scent of rain-soaked earth, mingled with the faint fragrance of roses, seemed to whisper secrets of old beneath the eaves of the ancient church. Each step he took brought with it a solemn echo, a gentle reminder of the steps taken by countless souls who had walked this path before him, their lives a tapestry woven into the history of the place. As he approached the lamp beneath the venerable steeple, he could not help but notice the quiet reverence that enveloped the churchyard, as if the very stones themselves were engaged in hushed prayer. The gaslight awaited his touch, its glass housing glistening with a fine sheen of moisture, eager to spill its warm glow over the hallowed ground. He struck a match with practised ease, the small flame dancing momentarily before it found its home within the lamp, bringing forth a steady light that chased away the shadows with an almost sacred diligence. In this moment of illumination, the lamplighter found himself reflecting upon the nature of faith. It occurred to him that faith might not be the grand, unwavering pillar that some proclaimed, but rather a quiet persistence, a steadfast will to continue lighting lamps even amidst the uncertainties and doubts that life inevitably cast in one's path. He mused that perhaps faith was like his nightly task, an unending commitment to bring light into the darkness, one lamp at a time, each flicker of flame a testament to hope's enduring presence. The church bell, silent now, stood as a sentinel of time, its presence a reminder of the constancy of tradition and ritual. Yet beneath this constancy lay the human heart, ever questing, ever questioning, seeking reassurance in the steady rhythm of the bell's toll, much like the lamplighter sought solace in the ritual of his nightly rounds. It was a measured thought, this notion of faith as persistence, as it linked him in spirit to all those who had come before, and indeed to those who would follow after, each one lighting their own metaphorical lamps in the twilight of doubt. The mist, ever present, seemed to thicken slightly, as if to cloak the churchyard in a more profound embrace. It softened the edges of reality, blurring the lines between the physical and the ethereal, lending an almost dreamlike quality to the scene. The lamplighter stood motionless for a moment, enveloped in the quietude of the hour, allowing the peace of the place to seep into his very being. The gentle rustle of leaves, stirred by a passing breeze, provided a tender accompaniment to his thoughts, a natural symphony that spoke of life's ceaseless cycle. As the lamplighter turned to leave, his task accomplished, he cast a final glance back at the lamp, its light a beacon of warmth amidst the chill of the night. It stood as a solitary sentinel, its glow a testament to the enduring power of human resolve and the quiet courage it takes to face the unknown with nothing more than a flickering flame. With a heart filled with a quiet contentment, he made his way back along the path, his footsteps echoing softly in the stillness. The mist, obedient to the gentle dictates of the night, parted briefly to reveal the path ahead, before closing once more as he passed, as if to preserve the sacred silence of the place. The lamplighter and his faithful apprentice continued their journey, the churchyard receding into the mist behind them, its lamps now lit, standing as sentinels of peace and reflections. As the pair moved onward through the cobbled streets, swathed in the familiar embrace of the evening's enshrouding fog, the world seemed to contract and expand with each step they took, each footfall echoing softly against the brick facades of the slumbering townhouses, their windows like darkened eyes peering into the mysterious night. The lamps, their flames flickering in the gentle breeze, cast elongated shadows that danced in spectral harmony upon the cobblestones, lending the scene an air of quiet reverie, as though the town itself were slipping into a deep contemplative slumber. The lamplighter, with the experience of countless nights etched upon his brow, moved with a practised grace, his lantern swinging gently at his side, illuminating the path with a steady, unwavering glow. Yet, even the most seasoned hands can falter, and as they approached the next sentinel of light, a lamp whose flame had grown weary and sputtered into darkness, a curious moment unfolded. The apprentice, a youth on the cusp of manhood, with eyes bright as the stars that pierced the velvet canopy above, stepped forward with a quiet determination. Without awaiting instruction, he reached for the taper, a simple tool of brass that seemed to hold the promise of future endeavours. The lamplighter paused, his hand resting lightly upon the iron post, and in that pause the world itself seemed to hold its breath. The fog swirled around them, an ever-watchful witness to this unspoken exchange, his tendrils curling with a gentle, inquisitive touch. The apprentice, with a heart full of earnest ambition, struck the match with a deft flick of his wrist, and with a delicate touch, relit the lamp, coaxing it back to life with a flame that grew strong and true, bathing the street once more in its warm golden glow. Their eyes met in that moment, the lamplighter's gaze filled with a quiet pride, the apprentice's with a burgeoning confidence. No words passed between them, for none were needed. The silence itself was a testament to the understanding that had blossomed in that exchange, like a flower opening to the first light of dawn. It was a gesture both simple and profound, a bridge between the old and the new, the seasoned and the untried, a sign that suggested a future ripe with possibility. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves of a nearby elm, whispering secrets of the night, and the faint sound of distant bells carried over the air, their tones soft and resonant, marking time in a world suspended between the waking and the dreaming. The lamplighter nodded, a small approving gesture, and they resumed their journey, their steps in perfect harmony, a united front against the encroaching darkness. As they walked, the river, hidden from view but omnipresent in its steady course, murmured softly in the background, its waters reflecting the lamplight in shimmering ripples that danced upon its surface. The fog, ever persistent, wrapped itself around the scene, a shroud of quiet intimacy that lent the night its peculiar charm, as if safeguarding the secrets of the street, the whispers of the lamp, and the silent promises exchanged beneath its glow. In this nocturnal landscape, where each street held its own story, where each lamp stood as a beacon of hope against the shadows, the lamplighter and his apprentice moved as one, their purpose clear, their bond unspoken, yet undeniable. The rhythm of their passage through the night was like a lullaby, a gentle cadence that soothed the weary town, inviting it to surrender to the embrace of the coming dawn. And so they continued, their figures receding into the mist, leaving behind a trail of light and shadow, a tapestry woven from the fabric of the night itself. The lamp they had kindled stood steadfast, a guardian of the quietude that enveloped the street, its flame a flickering testament to the night's gentle mysteries. As the town settled into its nocturnal repose, the lamplighter and his apprentice ventured forth, their journey a seamless continuation of the night's quiet symphony, each step a note in the melody of the sleeping world. The fog, ever watchful, closed around them once more, a soft curtain drawn against the night, preserving the sanctity of their passage, the promise of a new day, quietly stirring within the older. The River Thames, in its eternal serpentine grace, guided the lamplighter and his apprentice along its winding banks, where the soft whispers of water against stone mingled with the echoes of their footfalls, creating a gentle harmony that seemed to call from the very depths of London's heart. The gaslights, like sentinels of a forgotten age, cast their golden glow upon the cobblestones, their flickering flames dancing in the embrace of the mist, a ballet of light and shadow that played upon the weary eyes of those who traversed these ancient paths. As they strolled, the river's timeless murmur became a chorus, telling tales of bygone days and whispering secrets of the city's soul to those who dared to listen with an attentive heart. The lamplighter, an old hand at listening to the city's myriad voices, found himself lulled by the river's song, each ripple a note in the grand symphony of life that unfolded around him. He felt an inexplicable kinship with the city's voice, a sense of belonging that transcended the mundane tasks of lighting lamps and extinguishing darkness. As he walked, he realized that over the years he had become an intrinsic part of this vast living organism, his own life a single thread in the elaborate tapestry of London. The apprentice, still young and full of wonder, walked at his side, his steps echoing the older man's, learning the rhythms of the city, the subtle nuances that would one day shape his own understanding of this sprawling metropolis. The fog, ever present and mysterious, swirled around them, a silent companion on their nocturnal journey, its ethereal tendrils reaching out like ghostly fingers to touch their cheeks, cool and damp. It softened the harsh lines of the cityscape, blurring the boundaries between present and past, reality and reverie. Within this shrouded world, the lamplighter and his apprentice moved with a grace born of familiarity, their forms outlined in the dim light as if they were phantoms themselves, ephemeral and yet profoundly real. The gaslights illuminated their path, each pool of light a small sanctuary in the enveloping darkness, a reminder of the light they carried within them, a beacon for the souls who wandered the night. As they followed the river's gentle curve, the apprentice looked up to the lamplighter, his eyes reflecting the curiosity and eagerness of youth, searching for meaning in the murmurs that surrounded them. The lamplighter, sensing the unspoken question, offered a quiet smile, his gaze returning to the river's surface where the reflections of the distant city lights danced like stars upon the dark water. "In time," he murmured, his voice a soft rumble that mingled with the river's song, "you will learn to hear the city's voice, to understand its language. Each sound, each whisper, is a story waiting to be heard, a lesson waiting to be learned." The apprentice nodded, absorbing the wisdom of his mentor, feeling the weight of the city settle upon his shoulders, not as a burden, but as a mantle of responsibility and belonging. Together they continued their journey, their footsteps steady and sure, the river's voice guiding them with a constancy that was both comforting and profound. Around them the night sighed softly, enfolding them in its embrace, the fog a gentle caress that promised the dawn even as it concealed the stars. In the distance, the occasional toll of a bell echoed through the mist, a deep, resonant sound that seemed to vibrate within their very bones, reminding them of the passage of time, the ceaseless march of hours that defined their existence. Yet in this moment, time seemed to stand still, the river a timeless witness to their shared journey, its waters flowing ever onward, carrying with them the echoes of countless lives, countless stories. Thus the lamplighter and his apprentice walked on, their path illuminated by the soft glow of the gaslights, their hearts attuned to the rhythm of the city that cradled them. Together they became part of the night's quiet symphony, their presence a note in the grand melody of life that unfolded beneath the watchful gaze of the Thames, the ever-watchful guardian of London's secrets. As they meandered along the cobblestones, the lamplighter and his apprentice approached the great bridge once more, now a spectral figure lost in the embrace of a dense and swirling fog which curled and twisted as if reluctant to relinquish the secrets it held within. The air was thick with the scent of damp stone and the faint metallic tang of the river below, whose waters lapped gently against the ancient piers, echoing a rhythm as old as time itself. In this shrouded world the bridge seemed to float, its arches disappearing into the mist, giving an impression of infinite extension, stretching beyond the limits of human perception and inviting contemplation of things eternal and unknown. The gaslights along their path flickered bravely, their warm glow dimmed by the fog's embrace, yet persistent in their duty to guide the wayward traveller. Each lamp, a sentinel in the night, stood resolute against the encroaching shadows, casting pools of subdued light upon the stone, turning the path into a mosaic of light and shade, a dance of illumination and obscurity. The lamplighter, with his steady gait and thoughtful demeanour, moved forward as if in dialogue with the night itself, his presence a comforting whisper in the city's slumbering heart. As they drew nearer to the centre of the bridge, the lamplighter paused for a moment, allowing the silence to settle around them like a cloak. The fog, thick and impenetrable, muffled the sounds of distant carriages and the occasional clatter of a horse's hooves, creating an atmosphere of quiet introspection. It was as if the world had paused to take a breath, suspended in a moment of tranquil reflection, where the past and present intertwined in a delicate waltz of memory and anticipation. The apprentice, whose youthful eyes were wide with wonder, gazed into the fog with a mixture of curiosity and reverence, sensing the weight of history and the stories untold that lay hidden in the depths of the river and the stones beneath his feet. There was a sense of belonging in this quietude, a feeling that they were but two humble actors in a grand play that had unfolded across centuries, their roles small yet significant in the tapestry of the city's narrative. Together they resumed their journey, each step a reminder of the passage of time, a testament to the enduring spirit of London, and its people who, like the fog, enveloped and embraced all who walked its streets. The final lamppost awaited them, standing solitary and patient, its unlit form a symbol of the night's gentle conclusion, a marker of journey's end and the promise of a new dawn. As they reached the post, the lamplighter paused once more, his hand resting lightly upon the cold metal, his thoughts lingering in the quiet between heartbeats. The apprentice watched with bated breath as the lamplighter performed his well-practiced ritual, the soft click of the lamp's mechanism echoing in the stillness like a benediction, a blessing upon the night and all who slept within its embrace. The lamp flickered to life, its glow joining the others in a harmonious chorus, a testament to the enduring resilience of light against the darkness. The bridge, now fully illuminated, stood as a beacon of hope and continuity, a reminder that even in the deepest fog there would always be a guiding light to lead the way. Turning away from the bridge, the lamplighter and his apprentice began their return, the path before them gently illuminated by the lamps they had lit, their journey a quiet testament to the night's gentle embrace. As they walked, the fog seemed to part before them, revealing glimpses of the city beyond, its outlines softened and blurred, as if painted by an artist's hand with strokes of light and shadow. In this world of quiet beauty, where the mundane and the extraordinary coexisted in delicate balance, the lamplighter and his apprentice found solace and purpose, their hearts attuned to the night's rhythm, their spirits buoyed by the knowledge that they were part of something greater than themselves. And so with each step, they carried with them the light of understanding and the warmth of companionship as the night slowly yielded to the promise of a new day. In the dim and tranquil embrace of the night, the lamplighter and his young apprentice approached the final post with a deliberate slowness, as if time itself had chosen to linger in this sacred moment. The street, lined with slumbering houses whose windows reflected the muted glow of their passage, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the last flicker of the evening to be kindled. The fog, ever present and ethereal, wove through the air like a silent spectre, softening the edges of the world and rendering every object a gentle mystery. It was as if the very elements conspired to create a tableau of serene anticipation, where each step forward was a note in the symphony of the night. The lamplighter paused before the final lamp, his hand steady, yet his heart filled with the bittersweet awareness of an ending. Beside him the apprentice stood with eyes wide in reverence, the flame in his hand dancing with an eager vitality that belied its tiny size. There was a momentary hesitation, a quiet communion between the old and the young, the experienced and the novice, as they stood together in the presence of the trembling flame. This small, flickering light, so fragile, and yet so enduring, seemed to symbolize all that remained steadfast when names and faces faded into the annals of memory. The gaslight above them awaited its awakening, its glass casing clouded by the persistent caress of the fog, yet within its confines lay the potential for brilliance, a beacon to pierce the darkness and cast its radiant glow upon the cobblestones below. The lamplighter, a man seasoned by years of nightly vigil, knew well the significance of this moment. It was not merely the lighting of a lamp, but the continuation of a tradition, a passing of the torch from one generation to the next. He turned to the boy, his voice gentle and filled with the wisdom of long years. "Hold the flame steady," he murmured, his words a soft echo in the stillness. "For it is not the size of the flame that matters, but the constancy with which it burns. Let this be a light for those who seek their way, a companion to the lonely traveller, a guide through the murk of night." The apprentice, his youthful face illuminated by the glow, nodded solemnly, grasping the weight of the task with both hands and heart. He raised the flame to the awaiting mantle, and as the gas caught and flared to life, the street was bathed in a gentle luminescence, a warmth that chased away the shadows and wrapped the world in its embrace. The lamp, now alive with light, stood as a sentinel of hope and continuity, a reminder that even in the deepest night there would always be those who tended the flame. As they stepped back to admire their handiwork, the lamplighter and his apprentice stood in silence, the completion of their journey marked not by fanfare, but by a quiet sense of fulfillment. The street, now fully illuminated, seemed to hum with a quiet energy, the lamps standing in orderly rows like guardians of the night, each one a testament to the enduring power of light and the unwavering spirit of those who tended it. The fog, ever the companion, swirled about their feet, whispering its secrets to the night and carrying the echoes of their footsteps to distant corners. The river, unseen but ever heard, murmured its eternal song, a ceaseless lullaby that spoke of journeys undertaken and destinations yet to be reached. And in the distance the bells of the city tolled their gentle reminder of the passing hours, their sonorous tones mingling with the quietude of the night to create a tapestry of sound that was both comforting and profound. Thus, with their task complete and the world around them settled into a peaceful slumber, the lamplighter and his apprentice turned to make their way homeward, their spirits lightened by the knowledge of a job well done. With each step they carried with them the light of understanding and the warmth of companionship, the soft glow of the lamps guiding their path and whispering promises of a new dawn. And as they walked, the night, ever patient and wise, began to yield gently to the first glimmers of morning light. In the gentle embrace of that hushed and tender hour, when the night still clung to its vigil over the city, there was a momentary pause, a brief yet profound stillness that seemed to envelop the world in a comforting shroud of silence. The river lay motionless, its surface like a mirror reflecting the dim glow of the lamps that lined its banks, casting long shadows that danced with the whispers of a breeze. The city itself, usually a cacophony of distant sounds and ceaseless movements, now stood in tranquil repose, as though the very bricks and cobblestones were taking a collective breath, savouring the rare quietude before the bustle of dawn awakened the streets once more. In this serene interlude, the lamplighter, a figure of steadfast resolve and quiet dignity, turned to his young apprentice with a gentle nod, a gesture that spoke volumes in the silence. His eyes, wise and kind, bore the weight of countless nights spent in the company of flickering flames and the ethereal glow they cast. He extended the lantern, a simple yet noble instrument of his noble craft, towards the apprentice, its well-worn handle warm from the lamplighter's own touch. The apprentice, his youthful face illuminated by the soft glow of the lantern, reached out with both hands, accepting the weighty responsibility with a sense of reverence and awe. It was as though in that exchange a silent pact was formed, a promise of continuity between generations. The lantern, though humble in its design, held within it the power to dispel darkness, to guide the weary traveller, and to kindle hope in the hearts of those who wandered the night. As the apprentice grasped the lantern, a sense of solemnity settled over him, a recognition of the path he was to walk, illuminated by the light he now held. The city around them seemed to acknowledge this transfer of duty, the buildings bowing slightly under the ethereal weight of the moment, while the river, a silent witness to countless such exchanges, flowed on, carrying with it the stories of those who had come before and those yet to come. They stood together, the lamplighter and his apprentice, in a tableau of trust and transition, their silhouettes framed by the faint luminescence that heralded the approach of dawn. The night air, cool and crisp, held a stillness that was both comforting and expectant, as if the world itself was holding its breath in anticipation of the morning. The fog that lingered in the air, a gentle veil over the city, softened the outlines of distant buildings and blurred the harsh edges of reality, creating a dreamlike landscape where time seemed to pause. In this quiet moment, the lamplighter allowed himself a rare indulgence, a fleeting glance back at the path they had walked, where each lamp they had lit now stood as a beacon of their shared journey, a testament to the enduring power of light in the face of darkness. The apprentice, feeling the weight of the lantern in his hands, understood that he was now a part of this lineage, a keeper of the flame that had been passed down through the ages. The fog, ever present and patient, wrapped itself around them like a gentle embrace, its tendrils weaving through the streets and alleys, softening the sounds and blurring the lines between night and day. It was a reminder of the mysteries that lay hidden in the shadows, waiting to be revealed by the light of the lantern. The river, too, played its part in this symphony of silence, its waters whispering secrets to those who would listen, its surface reflecting the pale light of the lamps as they stood sentinel over the night. As the first rays of morning began to pierce the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, the lamplighter and his apprentice turned towards their next destination, their steps echoing softly against the cobblestones. The city, slowly awakening from its slumber, began to stir, the sounds of life gradually emerging from the silence that had held sway for those few precious moments. The lamplighter, with a final reassuring nod to his apprentice, set off once more, his pace unhurried, and sure, the path ahead lit by the glow of the lantern, now carried by younger hands. The apprentice followed, his heart buoyed by the knowledge that he was part of something greater, part of the eternal cycle of light and shadow, of night yielding to day. And so, in the pause before the dawn, they walked on, their figures gradually merging with the growing light, leaving behind the echoes of their footsteps and the silent promise of the new day that awaited them. Together they approached the final post, the elder and his apprentice, their movements marked by a quiet reverence, as if aware that the simple act of lighting a lamp held within it the weight of centuries past, and the promise of days yet to come. The air around them was thick with the lingering embrace of the night, a gauzy fog that softened the sharp edges of the world, transforming the familiar into the gently mysterious. Above, the heavens were beginning to yield the first faint stirrings of dawn, a pale luminescence that hinted at the sun's approach, yet still the streets lay wrapped in the hush of darkness, punctuated only by the distant, muffled echo of a solitary church bell ringing out the hour. The elder with a practised hand lifted the lantern, his movements deliberate and respectful, as though he were performing a solemn rite rather than a mundane task. The light within the glass flickered eagerly, casting a warm amber glow that pushed back the shadows, its reach extending outward in a widening circle, a small but steadfast defiance against the encroaching gloom. As the flame ignited the wick of the final lamp, it bloomed into life, a beacon of constancy and reassurance in the shrouded street, its glow merging with the fog to create an ethereal halo that hovered around its base. The elder exhaled, a long breath that seemed to carry with it the burdens and memories of a lifetime spent in the service of illumination. There was a peace in his expression, a serene acceptance of the cyclical nature of his vocation, a contentment that came from knowing he was, but a link in an unbroken chain stretching back to the time when the first lamp was lit. His eyes, wise and kind, lingered on the flame for a moment longer, as if to imprint its image upon his mind, a talisman to carry with him as he stepped into the twilight of his years. Beside him, the apprentice lowered the lantern, his youthful face illuminated by the soft glow of the newly kindled light. He stood for a moment, contemplating the gentle beauty of the scene before him, the way the light transformed the fog into a shimmering veil, the way the shadows danced playfully at the edge of the illumination, the way the world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of the day. There was a quiet determination in his gaze, a silent vow to carry forward the legacy entrusted to him, to honour the past while embracing the future, to be the keeper of the flame in his own time. And so, as the first subtle hues of dawn began to paint the sky, they turned and walked on, their figures gradually receding into the soft embrace of the morning light. The cobblestones beneath their feet echoed gently, a rhythmic accompaniment to their steps, a reminder of the countless others who had walked this path before them, and those who would follow. The elder moved with the measured pace of one who knows his journey is nearing its end, each step a farewell to the world he had known, and tended with such care. The apprentice, his heart buoyed by hope and possibility, walked with the eager stride of one stepping into the vast expanse of the unknown. In this quiet moment, there was a sense of continuity, of time stretching out like the river that flowed silently nearby, its waters reflecting the first blush of the morning sky. The lamplight flickered in the fog, a steadfast companion to the river's course, both constant and ever-changing, a testament to the enduring dance of light and shadow, of night yielding to day. The world around them was waking slowly, the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze, the distant call of a bird greeting the dawn, the first tentative sounds of a city stirring to life. As they walked, the elder woman and the apprentice, their figures were gradually absorbed by the burgeoning light, their presence dwindling to silhouettes, and then to mere whispers in the growing luminance. Yet the lamps they had lit would remain, steadfast sentinels against the night, their flames a living memory of those who had tended them, a promise of the light that would always return. And in this way they moved on, one into the quietude of memory, the other into the bright embrace of tomorrow, leaving behind only the echoes of their footsteps and the silent promise of the new day that awaited them.